Hello, this is Machine Elf, and welcome back to my playthrough of Disco Elysium. I'm at a really significant stopping point because I don't really know what to do. So I think what I'd like to try, if I could press my broken keyboard here. I've actually spilled Coca-Cola on my keyboard, and it's still going. I turned it upside down right away, and like some of the keys are a little sticky, but it survived. Now, taking a look at our journal, we have to run the number on the victim's armor. Use Kim's shortwave to run the serial number. That's something that we can do. Ooh, if I right-click... Oh, if I right-click, I can highlight all of the things to interact with. Well, that's nifty. Oh, and just to catch people up, if you're not following along with the story, there's, you know, a murder, and I'm a cop, and I have amnesia, which is a really great way to start the game, because as a player, you don't know anything about the character anyway, so it just fits into the realism, into the role-playing aspect of the game so well.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Let's pick up the radio again. Wait, we're running a serial plate number, I believe.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you run a serial number for me on the boots?
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
Fairweather, huh?
Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
Okay.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isoleri law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Whoa, there was a lot of information there, and things that I don't know. Interis Solari. All right. I feel like that's a real word, so I can look it up. Now it's time to learn. Interissolari. It's a really difficult word to say. Oh, actually, nothing comes up except for Disco Elysium. So maybe it's not a real word. Maybe they actually made that word up in order for, like, it sounds like in the whole solar system. So law enforcement, not just for Earth, but also for like Mars and stuff like that. That's what it sounds like to me. I wanted to look it up to confirm, but apparently it's not a real word. The crown jewel in the Moralentern diadem. So that's like a location, but I have no idea what that means, alongside EPIS and the coalition government. It almost sounds like that the civilization in this fictional world, which is virtual, of course, because it's a video game, it sounds like they're interplanetary, that they actually have colonized the other planets. But maybe I'm reading too much into it.
No, and I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning. 57.
Yeah.
In the cabin,
And then I closed the door. Let's take a look at our journal again. So we've got that one running. Ask him to tell you about the case. Okay, so we also need to be briefed about the case, which is kind of funny because we've been working on the case this entire time.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
I don't like the way that this is moving with my mouse. How do I...
It's not a particularly mysterious case.
Ugh. I've never had this happen before. Why is it moving with my mouse? The lieutenant considers your question a moment before answering. No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. Why not?
Deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
It doesn't tell us the motive. I was thinking something otherworldly might be involved, you know, something supernatural. Why would I think that? White male in his 40s, what more do you need? Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious. Okay, so the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy? Could it be sexy? Maybe? White male in his 40s, what more do you need? I'll say that one.
I'm relieved that you agree. Anyhow, let's get back to the case. Was there anything else you wanted to know?
If we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
What do you mean by that?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
I don't remember being in on anything. You know, I'm on a retrograde amnesia. I don't know if he knows that for sure yet.
That's good. What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
So we're like between police districts. That reminds me of that famous city, like underworld city in China, that occurred also for this exact reason, that there was a dispute over who it belonged to. So they had no police. And so it's like a cool case study on what would happen to a society if there were no police at all. The short of it is that people basically policed themselves. Like, there was definitely lots of minor crime, but if it ever came to something serious, they would police themselves, and basically the crime level was about what you would expect. Lots of minor crime, but actually there were less serious crimes than in places that have police. I guess because you would be like lynched or something rather than go to prison. So this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words.
So neither side wants to police it.
I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
And that's why you got stuck with the case.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
What's special at Martinez? I wonder why this says about me that I was sent by my station. Let's say that. It's because I suck. That's why. It's absolutely because I'm the worst cop ever. I am a highly experimental cop, but if I am right, this is outre even by my standards. Outre is in like boring, I think. There can only be one conclusion. I am the finest, a case-solving machine sent to outperform you in every way imaginable. Wouldn't it be great if we could all live in that delusion? Or I must be an augury, an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message? This is really funny. I might say that. I probably have an unbelievable kill count, right? I'm gonna leave why I was sent unspecified. This is like a game where we look at different like pictures or memes and they had like changed the caption to make it funny in different ways. That's kind of like what the dialogue options are. What we're dealing with here. I'm gonna say this one. An apocalyptic omen.
No.
Kim's just like shutting that down right off the bat. No. There will be a bloodletting of unimaginable proportions. Unimaginable. Better not to relay it. And actually, no, I'm not an augury. I don't know why I said that. I'm going to say the first one to joke around with
no,
them.
It's very imaginable. We failed to place responsibility for the hanging. The harbor company see the situation is out of control, so they bring in private military, maybe a gunship. The Union responds in strength. Automatic fire.
I completely tuned out when he pronounced military like that. Military. Yeah, totally. Very military.
Local law enforcement solving one little homicide decides nothing. Not solving it can have real and calculable effects. Things can always get worse. Matter of fact, augury, we should move.
I don't really know what augury means, in case you're also sitting there and going, what does that mean? But we can kind of get the context clue about it's something like dastardly, like I was sent to basically mess this up. So you volunteered to spoil it?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoil sport.
Aw, I like him. We just bonded right there. I feel closer to the character. What's special about Martinez? Okay, enough of the competition then. Tell me something else. Let's see.
It's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Whoa. Why did the 41st send me? I'll try.
Look at you.
What
It's
now?
because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
But what if I do win? Huh? I'll keep it to myself.
Of course, it's only a theory.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it. I can't remember a single thing.
Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember.
Yeah, brief. Thank you.
3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate.
That's a shame. They're so used to dead bodies that nobody gave a crap.
During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller? Wait, why does the briefing say who the victim was? Let's go a second.
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters.
To
The dock
protect
workers'
themselves, yeah.
union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Okay, so that's his theory on what's happening, that he was executed by the union dock workers. Hold on, and the RCM is? Of course, yes, I understand everything now. Let me just, I'm gonna go with the first one.
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
I figured.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
Okay, wait a second. So it almost seems like we're not part of like the larger nation, but we're like a revolutionized like location, like it's a small government. And then the de facto police is what we are, but it's fascinating that people really do give them a lot of authority. I mean, we saw fuck the police in graffiti over there. So maybe it's out of fear? Let me just make this perfectly clear. Our job is to find the killer. Yes, okay. Everything's clear now, thank you.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
Uncover and arrest the killer. Yep.
You mean like a brief?
No,
There's
no.
reason. 3 days ago, the RCM emergencies. During that time, The victim had been
Does it
stripped of
say
his
who the
belongings.
victim
A
was?
security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Okay.
They didn't identify. There's a strong pressure. Okay, well, we are good.
Should I open up to him at this point? I've been hiding it. I'm never going to tell. Alright, so talk to Gugarte, Lieutenant Love. We could do this love quest, which I really don't care about at all, but it's there. Where's the rest of the armor? Kuno lied to you, return and confront him. We could do this. How do we go back inside? Right here, right? Wait, we don't need to go back inside. Kuno is over in the yard. Kuno? There he is, doing the same thing. Just throwing rocks at a corpse. That's his favorite pastime. I talked to Manana about the armor.
So?
He raised his eyebrows, projecting aggressive indifference. He told me you promised to sick the pigs on him. He said to thank you, wasn't too keen on chasing down that armor anyway. He said you're now the king of the entire Jamrock. What is the most sensible thing to say here? I think I would probably say number 2.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
He looks a little
Kuno
confused.
sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Whatever, kid.
What is this? Trying to be cool with your new asshole? Kuno was just being nice to you. You got fucked bad. Now limp the fuck out of here.
Jesus, this
After
kid.
this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
He's a psychopath. He just literally is a psychopath.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't fucking...
Alright, that was pointless. That was... Ugh. Where's my journal? We can sing karaoke. It always highlights that one for some reason. We will sing the karaoke. Patience. Getting the body down. Access the harbor and ask for Everett Claire's help. This is the one that's my primary concern. We also need to pay for damages. We don't have enough money for that yet. Track down your badge. Ugh. Victim's tattoos. Ask around about tattoos' possible meaning. We could do this with some people who made the call reporting the crime. Find all the armor pieces. I don't have any leads. Getting the hanged man's boots. Get the boots off the victim's feet. Keep looking. Maybe someone else knows something to track down my gun. And what was the problem with the boots again? Was that it was going to break?
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is the material, delicate and fragile. They feel alien. These are clearly not boots. They're armor. The cadaver slowly...
I don't know if there's anything else I can do there. So we're at this point where I need to figure out how to get to access the dock. Let's open this bin. Ooh, we got magnesium. So we can improve our morale with some magnesium. I don't know how that works. What's in here? Oh, it's the shop. We can look at some things. Let's look at this.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
Fritta. I want to buy a raincoat. Not really. What's that?
What is what?
The girl... oh.
It's a raincoat.
Her voice acting is incredible.
If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
He taps on the glass counter. The raincoats patiently await purchase. Why is this locked? Because I don't have 4 Royale? I only have 159? Is that what I'm seeing here? That can't be. Got a bunch of tools and stuff on us. I can't see where we can find the morale. Not the Royale, the Real. What's this here?
The machine stands in the corner. A sign says 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine.
Yes, but what is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
Oh. And how do I pick up tear for the tear
You need a
machine?
bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so... Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
Okay. So we can do things with the tear machine.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Okay, that's a weird thing to know.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Duramine plus 3 health. Oh. Nosafed plus 1 health. Who is Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceuticals company.
That's
Saint
not what I
Baptiste
meant.
Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She's being very patient with our intelligence here.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows.
No one can remember? No one can remember why Saint Baptiste is called that? Ridiculous.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
I don't know why he didn't say a world of ruby all in vain out loud. He didn't say that part out loud. Say nothing, just take it in.
The beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
They're very so funny. Yes. Please tell me more about these products. Do you sell any under-the-counter vices? Let's ask that question.
No, Fritz only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Please tell me more about these products. Why would I need to know more? What's this? Okay, flowers. That's what it is. What'd you expect, huh? I wonder if we could do something with this guy to help us get in there.
Right to work! Right to...
I guess not. There's definitely no way to go through here. Can I go in here? No. So how do we,
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese.
by the Seminese? Is that his race? Okay, I just need you to move about 20 centimeters. No, push him out of the way. You're right about all this. Now I need you to help me get that corpse down from the tree. It was your people who put that dead body up there. Your people should help me get it down. Let's not go with the inflammatory one. Let's just go with the regular neutral one.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
I don't understand this type of thinking. Why do you want there to be a war?
Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you.
Wow, I'm almost in awe at how inflated this guy's existence and self-importance is.
The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
He called art homosexuality. That's pretty funny. Microcephalic skulls. It's not like your head is big.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshached's race theory. He would take you as one of his own.
Would that mean I have to become a Seminese supremacist myself?
Well, not as such. What you do with the mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
Ooh. $8%. That's our check for knocking him out right there. But we could easily can subscribe to his advanced race theory just for the sake of. That's such an interesting and weird thing to do. Can you imagine in real life? Like, I am a detective, so I really don't think it's that strange for a detective to do that. But to like suck up to somebody who's racist by being racist yourself, and then get the goods from them, I kind of like the idea of that. What are these tattoos of yours supposed to mean? We could also talk about the tattoos. I kind of want to talk about those. Aren't they white? You mean race? All right, let's try the conceptualization. What if I fail?
Ask what kind of races there are first.
Lucky me.
Classification is core to this stuff.
Masterhead, I am new to this world. Help me understand its races. I need to know that what kind of different races are there. He's not gonna buy this.
Do you?
And Kim looks at me. This is for the thing. I'm gonna whisper to him a thing.
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then to you. He lets out an audible sigh.
He's like, this plan is so bad. It's so terrible. It will not end well.
You are obviously a liberal, Sayolite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself.
I wish I had it in me to talk like this, to just be so like metaphysical with your speech and you sound like a cult leader, basically.
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic
Type A.
races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need at occasion?
Yeah, the CF race cauldron of pedestry, please.
I knew you would go straight for the vile cauldron. Everyone does. You need to first learn about Type A and B to appreciate the depravity of the chimeric races.
Ah, chimeric, as in multiracial.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, it just won't make any sense.
I've always so creeped out by the dude's portrait being right over her face.
Yes, it would seem nonsensical.
Why would it seem nonsensical? Kim, why are you on their side? Fine, let's talk about Type A.
Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding.
Oh, you hear that, everyone who's lactose intolerant? It's because you're inbred.
A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades in Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
What are Type A then, in your view? Or wait, who exactly are the Maun? Let's ask about the Maun.
You know them by the names of their nation-states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun.
Alrighty.
Maun is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru and the Uhu, are much more lactose intolerant.
Thank you, Encyclopedia and Information, for not leading me astray there and knowing what the science has to tell us. Yes, because I'm all for following what the science tells us. The wooden clogs, though. Got it.
You're welcome.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
What are the A-type then?
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the Golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have Type A race propensities.
I kind of just tune out when I hear a bunch of words that I don't know, like to places and stuff, like the Surinese of the Sura Cliff. Like, it's meaningless to me right now. I just don't have the background information to even remember that this is going to be part of the conversation.
The other large mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem.
Alright. They're too yellow. This is plenty racist. Fine.
Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum.
I can really see where people can come from because of the difference in culture. Like, if a culture is really different, or a country is really different, say the country is more poor, so there's a lot of crime, people might go, oh, you know, they're all criminals from their country because there's so much crime. But it's not because of their race, it's because the country's poor. So a lot of things just get confused, where it's like, if you really look at the reason why a certain people are the way they are, it has everything to do with their circumstances and their culture. And it often has nothing to do with their race, with their ethnicity. But I can see where he's getting confused, where he's able to like draw the line here, and how the logic works in his brain is just incorrect. So poo on you, sir. Overproduction of sebum. Wait, who are the Semonese and the Aeropigites?
As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Semonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent.
continue receiving wisdom.
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls.
He falls silent, contemplating the beauty of mystery. There is so much crap in this dude's head that this is like, I don't know how he's able to keep all this stuff together. If he put the powers that he has to good, he could be like a brilliant scientist or like a historian or something like that.
The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more type A races in the world.
Of course, it's only going to be one race as the type A race. It's really a hybrid race, which is ironic because I bet this has to do with mixed races, the third option. What's type B?
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
Okay.
The Koikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
In a suspect description. But they're not white enough? Is that the point? Why are they mud-colored? You said Koshkos. I've been trained to identify them as white in official descriptions. I could just sound like a robot.
To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, sweaty, and ashen.
Okay.
Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco and for eating potato.
No, not for eating potato. Man, this is like a hard price to pay for getting to this into the harbor.
The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Like political amoeba. I do like that imagery, splitting up into different ethnostates like an amoeba.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
Yeah, he would be for ethnostates, but he's in favor of one ethnostate being better than all the others. You don't like ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted. From Holy Semenine to the Boreal Plateau of Katla. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Simonese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature, not the base inner spoilage called demos.
And the Vocaliers you mentioned?
The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the Racial Cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
Yeah, it should be more than that, right? The revolution sounded like it was actually very good and necessary. The revolution sounded like it was perpetrated by degenerate marauders, not all the people of Revachol. Go away, stupid political thoughts. What was this revolution? What was this
The
revolution?
revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zara's ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia.
Hallucinacion. He spoke Spanish there. And yeah, prions are like that mad cow disease type of parasite.
The revolution is fatal familial insomnia, a hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant.
What does he have against potatoes? I don't understand the potato line thread that he's weaving.
Enough of type mediocrity.
He's satisfied with the outcome, apparently. Alright, so let's get to the vile CF race.
Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
Chimeric experiments?
Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Alright, let's ask the question.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education.
Any more?
Then there is the Seminokoiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Seminokoiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site.
Yes.
The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Seminese with the Koiko to produce a super worker of Seminese strength and Grad servility. This will never happen. The Seminese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely. No Seminese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stench of a Koiko woman or Koika.
Ugh.
But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type CF. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on?
Do I understand the advanced race theory?
You understand nothing.
Ah, damn it.
To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it.
How do I word the mystery? I accept the bullshit.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly.
Oh,
I
damn.
cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian.
Tattoos, please.
Your racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures towards the lorryman down the street.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
A phrenological grid. I'll say nothing.
Your silence betrays your inferiority.
Believe what you want, buddy.
You do not have a reply. You should enter a deep race slumber. Perhaps in 4,000 years, there is need for a servile homunculus.
Oh, hang on. Let's go to our... this one. Now, advanced race theory. A mass of fanatic races swirls in your head. Desert pygmies playing with their own excrement, Kushkos juggling potatoes, Axima-ridden mounds grinning and dancing on wooden clogs. Everyone is there, the whole race gang, plus some of that you have come up with yourself. The thieving subkips and the seal-like cast of fortunates hatchling some kind of scheme. In the eyes of this race Empyrean, a vertigo reaching up to the heavens. You sense something drawing nearer, nearer. I do not have the level of literacy required for this game. I just don't. -1 to drama. Ugh. Alright, we're internalizing the bullshit. Now what do we do? What time is it? Alright, now... I guess we'll go do something else? I can't go in there. Hey, do we have anything new to say to you?
Hello again, officer.
No. Is there a way to, like, pass time? Let's talk to this guy. If we can. I like the music in here. It's really nice. Oh, that reminds me. We can go to options. I was told that this would be fine to turn off.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Pretty long. It's drink o'clock.
Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself.
You should have been thinking about this. Looks like drinking hasn't turned out for... now that you mention it, I do need a rum and lemonade. I'd love for Garda to serve me up a beverage. I've been secretly thinking it all this time. Sure. I can relate to that.
The old boy, the devil. You rascal, you. Let's celebrate right now by licking that stain off the counter. Do it. It'll be wild.
No, I'm not gonna lick it.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together.
Talk to this guy, though. I can't. Find booze and drink it. The hangover feels... You have to take the edge off. Find a bottle of alcohol, put it in your hand. So equip it in the left... Okay. Equip it in my hand. Got it. Put the advanced race theory into a free internalization slot in your head. Yeah, we're good on that. Whoa. I don't understand what I'm looking at here. These are found white checks. Those are white checks available to you. Try now. Huh. It's a little bit immersion breaking.
Can I help you?
I need a drink. Can you pour me one?
Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
You're still working on that goose?
It's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing. It is but an imitation.
No, there's nothing there.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this?
Okay, so you're not a bartender, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Because you're not a bartender?
That's right. I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Is there anything else?
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
I love how all the different sides of me do sound like slightly different. Like all the different drives that make a human think things. It's like segmented. It's into different personalities. I love it. I'm an alcohol-operated detective. If you want me to clean up the dead body and solve the case, then you need to insert alcohol into my mouth.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple?
You do not want to taunt me when it comes to marinellas.
Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it.
I've seen some things here at the Whirling Gart. A thing I need to talk about.
What thing?
I saw a sign that the mess hall is reserved for the Union, really.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
Okay. We can maybe talk to them tonight.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
That's not what I was thinking. I was thinking that they would come in the evening time.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Okay, got it. I talked to Sylvie.
Oh, but he should be. Lay it on him.
Oh my gosh, I could say that she's a whore who likes to ride the cock carousel. That's so crass. But I don't want to lay that on him. But don't I have anything else? Like a back button, for example?
Life doesn't have a back button. Now get off your ass and speak the truth about Sylvie.
I'm really feeling this right now because, like, just each and every day, my motivation to do anything at all is just so eroded. And it's like, oh, I'm here. I might as well just do life because it's happening. That's how I feel all the time. Turns out she's a whore who likes to ride that. Let's just tell him this is who I am now. Let's just accept it and just say the thing.
Wonderful.
It is. It's wonderful.
It's wonderful. This is what I meant before about psychopathic behavior. Like, you get so jaded to life, you kind of just want to do things just to stir the bucket, just to mess things up. Like the person I know who threw herself out of a moving car. It's just, you just do things to just be extreme, you know, and to feel alive.
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel?
She rides it until she's too old to ride it. Then she settles down with a provider. No time for lectures. The point is, you're losing at her nasty mind games. She's a total psycho. You just drill the inside of your mouth with your tongue. Man. None of these speak to me. I don't really know what to pick. I'll do the second one.
God, does it mean you talked to her? What else did she say about me?
What else do you need?
Why am I so insane? That was roughly it.
The man leans his hands on the counter and sighs. His head drops between the shoulders, heavy and defeated.
She broke the bird, you know. The great skewer. I found it on the ground with a broken wing. On the morning she left.
Okay, here's the world's smallest violin for you, bud.
I should have known. It was her way of telling me to piss off. I should stuff it up my arse.
Or you broke the bird. It can also be that. I think Sylvie even. Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Or, you know, maybe I broke it. Yeah, man, signals, mixed signals. This is classic rock cock carousel behavior. Broken bird feathers, nod knowingly. This is all part of the mind fuck on the cock carousel. Sure, second one.
Huh. Cock carousel. I think I understand now. That's what they ride until, like, 39.
Oh my gosh. This is so derogatory towards women, but there's some truth to it, as there is everything else in the world. Everything that comes across as false to you has some degree of some truth somewhere, because it's a thought, and by definition it has to make sense in some way.
They ride the cock carousel until the clock runs out. Here, have the rest.
Oh, we bonded. So I did something weird, and we bonded over it, and I got a drink.
Now let me have a drink and think about this shit for a moment.
Is this how you make friends? Is this how you do it? He stares into the blood-red liquid in the cup.
And there we have it. Isn't that beautiful? Another situation fixed by Dr. Love.
Well, how did we? What have we done here exactly? Did we just make him feel that she was a whore, and now he's not upset about her rejecting him? Is that what we've done? This doesn't seem right. Do we have a drink now? Dun dun. Oh, here we go. We've got alcohol in our hands. Gart has told you some unruly union men gather. Okay. They're not here today, but most likely they'll eventually show up. Keep an eye out for them. Okay.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens. Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change their minds.
On this day, the gods have given us sustenance.
Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it.
We could ignore the thought.
There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now.
Take a sip. Do it.
A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils.
Wait,
with
when did our
sunshine.
morale take a hit?
Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument, half light, electrochemistry, endurance, pain threshold, and shivers. This is good before rolling a white check, but damages your morale. And remember,
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Oh, that's so dark. What does that mean? Oh, Jesus. Now we're walking around with a wine bottle in our hand. Can we go in here?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Quebec. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please. It's not funny.
Hello, sir. Got time for a few questions?
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. I'm just gonna say that now to every man when I leave the room. Stay masculine, my friends. Actually, I'll say it to every woman too. I'll say it to everyone. Everyone can stand to be a little bit more masculine. Stay masculine.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
All right. Stay masculine, buddy.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
I wonder where this door leads.
The door does not budge. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Because it's a video game, dude. It's a video game. I haven't fully immersed myself into thinking like it's not a video game. So there's a door. I want to know what's behind it. If this were real life, I obviously would not care what's behind the door at the kitchen. I am drawn to it. Drawn to the door.
Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
Behind the blue door. The door of the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Let's go talk to Gart about the blue door. Gart?
Can I help you?
So about the money,
Another thing. Great.
There's a mysterious blue door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind said door?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust.
It could be the door to Narnia. To Purgatory.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there, Gart.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
Oh, you're so big about the fact that you run multiple cafeterias. It's probably because the job isn't that hard.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animals. and I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
There's so much in this game to pay attention to that I'm almost in like survival mode when it comes to things like shouldn't I be keeping track of like all the different checks and whether or not I can get them? I just feel like it's too much for me right now to keep track of stuff like that.
Yes. Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
So, goodbye.
Hello again, sweetie.
What do we do now? Find a way into the secret passage. We could level up. Now, I've been told that it's better to have even numbers of these because of the way the game works or something like that. Did I really start with 4 physique and only 3 psyche? That's really interesting to me. We could go... I don't really know. Because we could do something like this. We could do a the call box mystery. One of these has a white check.
Of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. No, hold on. The last.
What does Kim have to say?
Yes.
Let's open up to him.
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even. A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
That was a bad idea. Bad idea. Very well. Let's use this thing to get our morale back. Who are you?
Hello again, sir.
Oh yeah, you're the one who talks about the bookstore. Did we ever go into the bookstore?
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure gamebook titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
I'm falling asleep.
Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense. Nonsense for anemic Beano-clads.
There's been quite a few things in the game that I could buy, and it all just seems like worthless junk. I mean, some of them change your stats a little bit, though.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyamdal somewhere. Rows and rows of Hyamdala men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyamdal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyamdal, Return to Hyamdal. And the solipsistic Man from Hyamdal and the Hyamdal Man.
Hyamdal man comes back from Hyamdal to avenge Hyamdal. Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyamdal and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyamdal and the false god. Man from Hyamdal and the scorched earth. Man from Hyamdal, the Hyamdal colonies. Man from Hyamdal and the swamp beast. Man from Hyamdal and the snow crabs.
Okay.
Those snow crabs are worse than they sound.
Why? Why is Half-Light coming into this?
Not even close. Man from Hyamdal.
No, there's more! Oh my God.
Man from Hyamdal and the forest of slaves.
Mm.
Man from Hyamdal under the lake. Man from Hyamdal.
This is purgatory.
Hyamdal
I'm convinced.
burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Hyamdala Man, and so much more.
Storekeep, tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hyamdal. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Oh.
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. At last, someone sensible. However, I still urge you to buy one. Can't judge a book by the cover, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyamdala Man, the man from Hyamdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
What's this?
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Ugh, what is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Hyamdal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. Between the throne and the Hyamdala Man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyamdal and the Devil Woman.
Aren't all women devil women? Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyamdal novels.
I don't have enough money! I have no money. It's quite a dire situation. I'm running around with a wine bottle in my hand.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Dick Mullen. That's not me, is it? That'd be funny. Storekeep, what's all this crime fiction? Look through the display of books. Oh, that's why Dick Mullen has come up before in the game. It's because it's an investigator.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers.
See, this is why I really like fiction written by people with expertise. Like, this is what you get with a lot of Michael Crichton's work, where it's fiction, but it's based in real, actual science, so that it could be a possibility. It's much more fascinating to think that this could happen tomorrow, you know? Even though it's fiction.
These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends.
How long it takes, huh? Are you preparing me for this
What's more,
game to take a long time?
Ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives.
Yeah, that's got to be hard.
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Okay.
You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. The stalwart adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the murder in the orchard. The sordid affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Does he really die? Does he really?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Just like Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer.
Of course he has to become a murderer, yes.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is he?
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Yeah, just the opposite.
Sex crimes did pique your interest, but still, this Dick Mullen person only gets your pleasure centers down.
Where is... Oh, reaction speed. So we could do that. Total of 2. This is a total of 3. I'm wondering if I should just up that one just because it came up right there and just use that as my guide.
On the shelf reads biographies of famous people. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
My internal monologue is very good at pronouncing things correctly.
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinaise. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And west?
Houdon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just you? No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
How often is it? Isn't it really often that we get these checks that are just perfectly aligned with what we have? Happens all the time. There must be like hidden checks that I'm not getting because of what I have selected on my character.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme, Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. In a bookstore, it's you. Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible. You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu, on Archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas.
All the care that they put into this like artificial world, I'm assuming none of these places are real, but they put a lot of information into like the typography, the geography of it all.
850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seol is the west azimuth.
Huh, hey, Seoul, like Korea.
They're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
What does Kim think during all this time as we're just looking through this bookstore?
Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
I want to look at the last one too.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford...
I kind of want that map.
They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago, they also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Apparently I could steal it. But what is this interfacing thing? Master machines, pick locks, and pickpockets. I feel like I should have more of this as well. Another thing that I'm curious about. Can I get a bonus from items or thoughts that can raise this even higher than the number that we can level it to? Because I can level this up to 4, my perception, which I've heard is a good idea to like level these up by 2s. We've only got 1 skill point. But I also kind of just want to have like better interfacing in general. All right, well, anyway, can I buy the map?
Lonesome, long way home.
We completed the thought.
Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Where's the dealer, like the drug dealer? Learning cat for perception raised to 5. Whoa! That makes me wish I had picked perception. Okay.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches...
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Now we've got the torn map.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
I gotta admit, like, this game, as cool as it is, it's giving me a shitload of anxiety playing this game. Like, not knowing what I'm supposed to do and not knowing what's important when you're bombarded with information left and right. It's kind of overwhelming. Look through the shelf, storekeep, what books are these? Let me look through.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance.
Boring.
These 3 things are very important to the working class mind.
I guess so.
The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How's that work?
It serves platitudes while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
So there's kind of an interesting thought to be had about this, like self-help books and different like alternative medicine, and basically it's about putting the power of the mind over the body. And there is something to it where if you believe something is going to be helpful, you end up being faced with that reality. Like your brain kind of tricks it into happening. Oh, look at this. My health has also gone up to 4 as a total. That's really good. That's nifty. So I do wish that I was more gullible, I guess, just more better able to believe things, because I have the opposite effect where medications seem to not work on me because I believe they're not going to work. It's called the nocebo effect, as opposed to the placebo effect.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important.
Yeah, I mean,
to note,
if your mindset is different, that can pretty much take care of most things. Literally, even if you're dying, if you believe you're not dying, that's your reality. I guess it's always just at odds with the stimuli that you get from your environment. Like you're gonna have a hard time believing that you have an arm if you've lost your arm. But hey, it's possible. It's possible to lose your mind and to be so crazy that you believe you still have an arm, even if it's not there. I firmly believe that with enough psychosis, you can believe absolutely anything. You can even believe that you can fly until you hit the pavement, you know?
when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Interesting.
Various paranatural books still litter.
All right, that's ooh, what's this? Another boring book just discarded here. What's this? They're all about the lake trout. Let's talk to the lady for sure, like for real.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
Oh, what a lovely name. I like that name.
And please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
I usually bring with me like super repressed energy. Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel like there won't be an opportune moment to ask later. So are you the owner of this store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Who's the girl outside?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Mm-hmm.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
10.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Aw. Having children. Oh my goodness. One of the most monumental things a person ever does. It's scary. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to be a parent. If you've considered, if you've considered what it really means. If you have children, blah, blah, blah. The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong. Annette is quite the trooper. She's a great value add. I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor. Okay, social warrior, calm down. Cool your jets.
As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go. Get back there. The books await you.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
All right. We've done a whole lot of nothing. Should we go down here? Let's go down here. Roundabout north. What's this one say? To Capeside Apps. If you had a bag in your hand, perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them. Oh, but I don't have a bag. We've got wine. A lonely cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. Oh, it's a sign. Okay, so these are the Capeside apartments. There's a girl up there. Does she spill the paint? There is somebody up there.
Hey, up here, Piggo.
How do we get up there?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
What a creepy thing to
The
say,
streets
girl.
will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
They've got Hep C in this world, huh? Don't use that tone with me. Let's start with your blood type and go from there. Yeah, when were you last tested? Just answer some questions, okay?
Ask away, pigman. But I don't promise to answer.
How did she know that we were cops, by the way?
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism.
You keep looking off to the side. What else? What are you looking at? What are you doing to the wall? Do you want to know anything about? Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
Kim.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
That's true. You won't talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim's missing armor.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Ooh, so you know. Isn't armor art for the body?
Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell.
Handwear, so that's where the gauntlets
If
are.
you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time.
Got it.
Piggy, I have no idea why I just told you that. You look like a shaggy dog left in the rain for too long. I have a weakness for animals.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. I have an opinion in this. Want to hear it? Ooh.
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna have to stop you. This is hooliganism. Actually, I don't have an opinion. I lied. I love public art.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite.
You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
She nods towards the woman performing maintenance on her boat.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
That's what I am. I'm
Good
wacky.
idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on. Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Ungulate. She just called me an ungulate. I'm not even sure what that is. Wait, what's this? Looks like there was more construction here once decades ago. Ghislaine. Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
Hello, Joyce. I extend my hand and shake it. Shake your hand.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds her hand out over the railing. I thought we did this already, but let me reach my hand out towards your hand and grab it and shake it over the railing. Joyce L., what does the L stand for? Why would I care? What exactly is the RCM? I remember hearing it from somewhere. You gentlemen must blah blah blah. What gave us away? I'll say that. Shake her hand. I'll shake her hand. No, I'll say what, yeah. Number 3.
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
That's so funny. What exactly, hang on, let me take a look at this. Okay. What exactly is the RCM? I remember hearing it from somewhere. Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Oh, we're competent.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Does it not matter that I have wine in my hand? Tell me about the Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Fascinating. It's a corporation that transcends time. Who are the other Indo-tribes? You're in good company, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Son Baptiste. So that's another one of those, like, mega corporations. You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
She does not register the real meaning of the remark. How much money does Wild Pines have? Gotta tell me something. Okay, sure.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
That's it. I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time. Numbers like that mean nothing to me. The money I owe is so much less than that.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
Yeah, it's like an economic shock. Like, we can all agree that the coal industry dying is a good thing overall for the planet. But every time, like, a factory gets shut down or something and it puts a bunch of people out of work, in their world, it's a really bad thing. So, like, hopefully that's partially the role of government to, like, help people from old dying industries, like, migrate into jobs into a growing industry or something that's actually needed. But I guess that's political. Where does the blah 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 blah? Shh. That's all I need to know about that.
Nods.
What can you tell me? You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Do you have a license for this boat? I think I could have a handle on the boat thing. Not a lot of people here have boats.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Okay, so Revachol is like the larger place, and then Le Caillou is the name of the island we're on.
She nods attentively.
Good.
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about the trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it. How do I repeal it then? Wouldn't want to disturb an octopus.
Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Well, you're a messenger.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, that guy. Man of virtue. How are the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
It's really interesting to me how, like, very often I'm picking dialogue options that seem quote-unquote normal. But what is normal has been encoded in me throughout my entire life, and really, I feel like part of what this game is trying to teach me, and therefore trying to teach anyone, is to live life more by not trying to be normal, by just doing things that are abnormal.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But how do we even characterize what is normal? That's entirely based off of, like, the conditioning that we've been put through our entire lives. So, I don't know, the sense of, when you start to think about why you do what you do, more and more the sense of self just starts to erode, and you feel like you're not a person, like you're not real. It's really freaky. I don't like it.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
The scabs at the gate, did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
I guess not.
If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
I guess when it comes to like being normal and stuff, like we need social norms in order to communicate. If there was no normalness between what we say and do, we wouldn't be able to communicate, you and I, because nothing would have meaning. Normalcy equals meaning. So that's why we are conditioned to behave and talk a certain way. Otherwise, it just wouldn't, it would be impossible to communicate between people. So I get it. But I guess, where do we want to lie? We want to kind of lie right on that edge between understandable and random. And that's where fun comes in. That's what's fun for people. It's just understandable enough for us to get it, but it's different enough to be interesting.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Tell me about the union boss.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Nice imagery there. He can't be that bad.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
There's 2 of them.
Yes. Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Oh, they switch back and forth?
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She looks for the right expression.
The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
a socialist mob? The giant leashing, sucking, yeah.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
It always hungers, it always does, yep. What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay then.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Oh, whoa. Every worker, a member of the board? They get equity?
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I barely know what it means. Over-aggressive, commie posturing. Seems like they have no idea what about business.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
So they want every worker to make decisions for the company.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Yep.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Pretty funny, I do have to admit it.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
Very good idea, Kim.
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me Manana.
It's Manana. He returns.
This checks out.
You said something happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
The previous forewoman of the union, she disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
Do you know something about these let's ask about the lynching, I guess.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Whoa.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57.
Oh no, I don't have my badge! Oh shit!
And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment.
Oh, good.
I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode. My lost badge is related to that.
I see. So, are you saying
She
you
looks
lost your
increasingly
badge
worried.
during the course of this episode?
Could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. I'm just gonna say, yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Oh, she's gonna force me to choose. I have to choose between two things that I don't want to say. Disco Elysium, the game of choosing between things that you don't want to say. It's gonna make me. It's possible after a night of heavy drinking, I lost all my memory of life in the world. Second one.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond.
Encephalopathic amnesia? Why is it encephalopathic? What does that mean? There's too many words that I kind of want to look up, but I also kind of get enough of the gist from the context clues that it just doesn't seem necessary. Could she have just said amnesia and this had meant the same thing? Probably. This word probably is completely useless to the meaning of the sentence and is just there to sound smart and to confuse us, the viewer.
I do believe you.
So I'm not looking it up.
That may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
Faking?
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Kim is great. He's holding this whole thing together right now.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Okay, so I need to find my badge.
Negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
How do I negotiate my way out of this, huh? Ready? This is without a doubt the best part about this game is when you get to click on one of these and it's like freaking gambling. I'm getting that dopamine fix like real gambling. Gambling's dangerous, folks. I'm not a big gambler, but I understand, like, from loot boxes in video games, how excited you can be for the game of chance. So everybody roll your die. Failure. But madam, I need to know about this lynching. It's very important to me.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
I'm laughing because I'm reading option 2. You have so much else. I have only this. And then I spread my hands. This is the entirety of my existence. Oh my god, he's such a loser. Oh, such an existential loser just like me. You have so much else, I have only this.
She's silent. Flaps the sound above her.
Caw! Caw! Or like in Naruto, aho! Aho! This boat, for example, and a home somewhere. I only have this case.
Officer.
Oh, my morale! My morale took a hit for that. What happens when we get to 0 morale? Oh, man. I don't remember anything except the lynching. This is only coast. There is only this coast and this lynching.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
I understand.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like money?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Alright, I could find my badge or I could solve some crime.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Advanced race theory.
Ooh.
Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
What bonuses do we get? +1 to conceptualization. Our conceptualization is up to 7 now, I believe. Gart has told you some unruly Union men gather in the mess hall of the Whirling in Rags. Oh, we already knew that one. Find the armored gloves, ask the little girl in the fishing village down the coast. And we've got something about the lynching. Hey, let's talk to him.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Oh, we're her
This
henchmen
woman is
now.
running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Do you propose that we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Yeah, I mean, it's still quid pro quo. It's still tit for tat. Or tit for tit, as Dwight would say. You could just, you know, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Let's get back to her then.
You're back. Good.
Do you know something
What
about
can
the
I help you with?
tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Really? Fine, let's
Better
return
not
to it
tie
later.
the forced day to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can
Alright,
help
tell
you
me
with.
about the drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Yep, we can find a snitch. We could find him.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Am I going to need bolt cutters for this?
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
I do like that they seem to hold your hand so far as the actual solving of the crime goes. Like, you know, just, oh, find this bit of information out. Oh, go follow up with this person. It's pretty easy to follow.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier? It's no coincidence the lawyers are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them
Kisaragi.
here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have that the union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
A desert cacti is a really cool and apt description for people trying to make a life with almost nothing, like in complete destitution. A cactus is just like that. Like there's like almost no moisture, and yet something beautiful can still be made from it. It was very poetic.
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. Yes?
We will take this case, probe the driver, see what it yields.
Excellent. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Well, you seem rich. Can I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander.
What nice fabrics.
Squint your eyes, but why yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible, within reason.
Yeah, so?
Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, so?
You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Ashamed? I'm not ashamed. I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to shake this leech. You know what I'm scared of? Is that this is going to take my morale down to 0. As I should be for even considering it. This is a woman and I'm a man. No. Yes, I should make my own goddamn money by now. What's this feeling? I never felt it before. Ashamed?
Yes. You're too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Odinil.
As I was saying, if there's any
I have to
way
pass a
I may
volition
assist,
check.
please don't
Whoa.
hesitate to ask.
Volition is one of these? Where is that? Volition.
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. Surprisingly eloquent, really. The last one, not the first 3. Those are ape speak.
I am the scum of the earth. Money?
Excuse me?
No, I didn't.
hear you. Of
Never
course.
mind. Never mind. I'm too embarrassed. I'm too embarrassed. I can't do that. Can't ask for money. A garden hose. There's a guy up there.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Nursing a cigarette, just coaxing that smoke out of there. Gosh, literary masters have crafted this game.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. Too late, young man. Trouble's found you. No trouble from me. I just want to know what's going on here. I'll say that.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Hold on, can I at least have a cigarette?
Apologies, but this is my last one.
It's always the last one. Always.
The god himself has denied you absolution.
As someone who has dabbled in addictive substances my whole life, I can really relate to this. Like, this internal, the electrochemistry side of you just was saying, like, oh, you just want to just take whatever. Just take everything that you can. It's really funny. I need absolution. I need absolution. Can you just, like, toss that one down, please? Just give me a cigarette, please. This is making me want a cigarette, and I don't even smoke anymore. I need absolution.
Absolution? I don't know that brand, but I'm pretty sure you can get Astras at the fair.
Can't you just, like, toss that one down?
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Shut up and throw, kid. This is hilarious. You're right, that was obviously a bad idea. I forget I said anything. Actually, the gendarme really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
He really is embarrassed to talk to a cop.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Uh-oh, we're on the clock. Can you tell me? No, it looks like you've got a good view of the world, blah, blah, blah.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did you? Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
I love the way Kim talks. He's so French. Lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard. Old patio chairs and dead houseplants.
He's an actor, declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend, buddy?
It was my Sunday friend.
Oh.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing.
What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called that, are you? I'm not some kind of chump, buddy.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
He scans the courtyard. It's silent like the bottom of a well, every sound captured and reflected back.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of a cigarette before stepping it out on the balcony.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Let's convince him to stay with this really bad roll. This is... I already know that this is not going to work, but let's click it anyway.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side.
You want me to
Throw
cry?
yourself before his very feet like a dog.
Oh my gosh, my emotions are all over the place.
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry.
He takes a quick step back and looks around, clearly disturbed.
Listen, I really have to go.
With a flick of his wrist, he sends the extinguished cigarette sailing over the rail. Oh, at least he sent the cigarette butt to me.
Good luck with the investigation.
The smoker on the balcony. And then he walks away.
He's gone.
We should run after him to see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case.
Yeah, it sounds like the mongoloid that's guarding the dock worker, the dock area.
There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Once we've found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Just a closed door, nothing suspicious over there. Barrels are half full of rainwater. Can't look at that area. Oh, I thought the body's head was missing for a second. Hey, look who it is.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Logic error. She is not sleeping.
Logic? My logic tells me that doesn't make any sense.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
She hisses. Alright, let's get back to... Is this how we get back to the town? Wow, we went a really long way. There's a guy over there. This place is a lot bigger than I originally thought. Oh, nothing we could do there. There's people over here too.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Shouldn't I ask what the game is first?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
What?
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Hopefully this improves my morale.
God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
We really do take for granted like life in general and experience, and each and every single moment is really awe-inspiring if you just look at it like as if it was. And that's what this game does. It takes like a small insignificant interaction like me playing ball and is making this into something greater.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion. A fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let's go. Be the bullet. It's like shot put.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit.
Bordel de merde. Whorehouse. Of shit. Bordel is a whorehouse.
It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
He's mad because I did a good job?
What the hell is your problem?
Problem? I don't understand.
Vandalized our game, son. We can't play petanque with 5 bull.
You've got more than 5 right there. You tank?
Yes, petanque. You ruined our petanque game. We want our bull back.
I misinterpreted what they were playing.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Alright. I'll fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Is there an earthquake here?
No. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Ah.
Why what?
Why was there artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against them? Wait, who were the commandards again?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds squeezing a bowl in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda.
Whoa.
And mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs.
Whoa.
We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
The mad anarchist woman's cannons were not big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why shell them here in Martinez? They should have chosen a place away from people and buildings. I understand, I'd bomb this place too.
This place is the damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first.
Beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing petanque on their mangled corpses.
That's a lovely picture.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
His state of dress is really interesting, almost like a uniform. That explains all the war damage.
Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
What do I think? I don't know, man. I've never been into history and all this stuff. Like, it just doesn't interest me that much.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Alright, I'm a thinking man. Let me put on my thinking pants. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. This coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. I'll say the third one.
They're not. And I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains.
Takes a deep breath. Man, you gotta drink piss in the mountains sometimes.
I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
He doesn't like the culture shock, huh?
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already.
Aw, poor guy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I saw the statue of Philip III near the roundabout. That's a really low chance.
Ah, yes. King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king. And just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have had.
I'm such a drug fiend, my goodness.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should it... You know what's really great about this game? Even if I am not totally following or understanding what's happening, I can just trust the game to tell me what to do. It's only going to give me so many options. One of the options isn't going to be, I don't know. I mean, sometimes it is. But look, how should a true king rule? What was that about cocaine? Let's talk about something else.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
He's annoyed about the cocaine thing.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest years.
He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past.
I'm satisfied with this explanation.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Yeah, I mean, drugs do put you into an altered state of consciousness, and in that altered state, you're able to see things that you normally wouldn't. So, yeah, I mean, I could say that drugs can be useful.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms.
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Such responsibility requires a boost every now and then. I sometimes need one too. Seems like irresponsible behavior for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery in industrial countries. I'll say the second one.
Please, officer, don't encourage him. Do spare us the cocaine fairy tales. The RCM isn't interested in them.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
It seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself. Yep.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
What is it?
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Let's see. Let's talk about something else, I guess. We could try this.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Why are you so stuck in the past, dude?
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
See, this is the thing. Like, people are so attached to their background, their culture, their leader. This guy's super attached to the way things were before. Isn't this just tribalism? Isn't this just various forms of you identifying with a certain group and then feeling like you have to defend them, or that you feel a lot of love for where you came from because you love yourself, I suppose. I feel the opposite. I feel because I'm full of so much self-loathing that I kind of hate where I came from. I kind of hate my country, and I hate my past, and I hate my religion. And I kind of just hate all of it because I mostly hate myself. So I always feel really weirded out by that. Why do you care so much about the past? Isn't the future what we should be caring about? Isn't it about building a better world now and on? Not really comparing it to the past, per se. But then again, the past made us. The past is vitally important because it created who we are now. Basically, at this point, I'm a fatalist. Everything is going to happen the way it's going to happen, and I put my hands up to the whole thing. I don't know what to think. There's only one future, and we're all going to be in it, so let's just buckle your fucking seatbelts, I guess.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of the Whirling Inn?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
Most of the locals?
Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
I also generally like police officers. You know, there's a lot of bad eggs out there. Whenever you give somebody a badge and a gun, if they're racist, they're going to do things like shoot somebody just because of the color of their skin. It's going to happen. That's the reality. Whenever you give people power, it's going to bring these problems to light. That's how I feel about it. I don't think the police in general is like a problem, like policing is a problem. It's the human beings that we are making police that are the problem. What are we up to now? Let's see here.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
You don't know anything?
I knew I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing.
It is truth, sire. What is this? Are we really gonna go all the way down there? We also have to replace the smoker on the balcony, find a way inside the large apartment building, the jam master, interrogate the drivers about the smuggling, replace lost bowl. Ugh. More stuff to do. Can't go that way. We've already talked to that driver, but maybe there's more. I can't go. Can I go down this way? I can go down this way.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. Pointed even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Ow.
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Okay.
He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
I would like to sleep on gold, hustler style. The king is the king and he can do anything. Wait, really? There's no way that's true. A deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
Yeah, we already just heard this.
Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
Oh, that's really cool. Okay, what is the blah, blah, there's a lot to process. Sue's addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Okay.
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn of the century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Who restored the monument?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
Huh.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Right. Such a great idea. Right.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings.
The Squanderer.
Son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
I guess I do.
Oh, yeah. Like a horse, a workhorse, for hard work.
What work?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
I fucking ride till I die, bitch.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer.
What's with this random pep talk?
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No way.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
The system's broken. There's a market for corrupt cops out there, but the immigrant cops have price dumped it. Taxes. It's because of the guard guy riding my ass. The system is broken. I'll say the second one.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
I don't know. Why am I so poor?
Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate that is Revachol?
You really? I thought there were no taxes.
You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gotham estate's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
Are you sure? That's a big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Just that imagery of bloody nipples. Again, I think of like The Office when they do the run and Andy tapes his nipples because he's so afraid of them chafing. But by the end of it, his nipples are bleeding. Oh god, The Office is such a good show. It really is. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples, blah blah blah. No fucking way. I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now. Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how will deregulation help with that? This isn't helping me solve my money problems. It's only making me into a free market type. Opt out.
What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a cool immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die. Keep it street. This guy's appropriating the emerging Boogie Street lingo as part of his sales pitch for the free market economy.
I'm all about the free market economy. Well, if not being an ultra-liberal makes me racist, then I guess I should be an ultra-liberal. Let's go with that.
Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously on the tax issue.
Man, I've never been one of those people. I could care less about taxes. Like, the way I see it, taxes are just what you're paying for the government to do its job. Do I like my government? If the answer to that is yes, then what's the problem? I don't understand the problem. But if the answer is no, then I guess then I can relate to why you'd be frustrated with taxes. Because if the government is shit, you'd be like, why are we paying them money? What's this? Found a bunch of money on the floor. There's money over here too. Huh. Let's talk to this guy again. Alright, and we can... First off, if you have a side bitch ideology cooking somewhere, don't sweat it. Fighting indirect taxation for the Gossamer state is compatible with all creeds. It's cool like that. You're a cool anarchist now, unless you don't want to be an anarchist. Whatever. Stuff this meal ticket in your eye socket and let's see if we can steal... see if we can steal some love back from the robber barons at the customs agency and the banditos at the Insulindian Financial Oversight and Competition Committee. Hang on. I don't have enough skill points available to forget. So I can't internalize this. I can't internalize this right now. All endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance raised to 4. That seems pretty good. Learning cap per speed gives 1 psi. I can't forget. I can't internalize another one. So there's nothing I can do here. Okay.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Did we already talk about all this?
Hey, that's a rough pickle. Can't help you with that, sorry. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can render assistance.
So can you let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's so simple, why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist up there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
Está. There. Gotcha.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation. Or you could convert to his semi-supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Has any of the scabs tried to convert?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Sure.
What if I just ask him for money?
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
Try to catch it. Huh.
The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers and falls to the ground.
No, we have failed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
What? Appreciated.
Right, always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, I mean, not slithering scabs.
Alright, let's talk to the guy with the truck again, I think.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
You seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Do you finance those other addictions with the drug trafficking? I need blah blah blah. Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
I'll try this conceptualization.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
A mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion.
Silent communion? That's good.
Where graspingly you partake of a shifting identity never your own.
Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
I think that may be an actual poet, and I've learned it by heart. I'm just a vessel for the muse. Yeah, I'm just a vessel for the game. The game is really doing all of it, all the magic right now. Whoever made this game, all the praise to you.
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours.
I think the words are mine, yes. I think that may be an actual poet, and I've learned it by heart. I don't... I'm gonna say the second one.
No matter. It's a fine stanza. You're not so bad after all. For a cop.
For a cop?
They're more often in the fists than rhymes, see? Let alone honesty in verse.
That's because I'm a detective. That's right. I am a detective.
In a small office behind the old military hospital, hunched under the green glow of his desk light, Officer Hans Blau browses through a test print of his futurist magazine. It's called the Futurist. The typeface on the header is too small.
I want to read that magazine. Any organizations get all kind of folk. I'm sure that we try our best. I'm doing what little I can do right now. Or do right by people. No joke, man. Fuck the police. I'm sure we try our best.
The lieutenant looks at you in silence, a curious look in his eyes, nodding slightly.
Well, you've given me some hope, I guess.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Care to spare some change?
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
They?
The bosses, man.
There we go. I had a good sneeze. All right. Makes sense. First work, then pay. I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like good arrangement for them. So you're broke. Got it. What else?
Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
Tell me more about the strike.
Like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All of who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
It's kind of hitting close to home with me here. Because I've spent a lot of time also just kind of moving from one transient to the next. I guess we could go talk to Measurehead now. Bird's Nest Roy. Oh, we still have all these white checks here. Box of sunglasses. Ceiling. We haven't been over here. We haven't been any on this left side here. Shelf of crimes. Is this the whole thing? It is the whole thing. All right, we'll go talk to Measurehead. Measurehead makes all men quiver. Measurehead is law.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
I think I know what the race enigma is. Let's go over that funky race classification again. You serve the Union, blah, blah, blah.
And?
It's shit. Let me into the fucking harbor. Oh my gosh, now we have a quiz? We have a frickin' quiz? Paradoxically, you plan to supersede the Occidentals with their own race theory. This racecraft is what rich people want us to do while they get all the money. It's just something you shock people with, liberal and progressives. It's whatever you want it to be. It's a free association language exercise. I don't know about the rest, but it's clear I should stop drinking the ancient Illyrian mind poison Al Ghul. It sounds like Ra's al Ghul from Batman. This dump is ready to be superseded by the RPG, the super state. I could serve as a clerk in your administration. Maybe you need a cop. Paradoxically, you plan to supersede the Occidentals with their own race theory. I'll say the second one.
Look, babe. The minion of law is also a racist. But his racism is basic and road. He thinks he has solved the great race enigma by describing a road mechanism of scientific competition.
So unadvanced.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. An esoteric study reaching back to the ancient mass society of Pericarnassus over 4,500 years ago.
An esoteric study, blah blah blah.
Basic racist.
Basic racist.
You clearly want to enter the harbor bad. Like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you. It will open the door.
That's all I wanted.
Very well. You may enter the door once. Our race conversation here has concluded.
Finally.
Finally. Let's go.
That's right, Kim. Oh my god. Wait, so how do we go in? Not that way, apparently. We enter through here? Oh. Every worker equals a member of the board. A standard office filing cabinet. This doesn't seem proper. This doesn't seem like we're supposed to be here. Magnesium. I healed my morale. I grabbed some glasses as well. They give me +1 to visual calculus, but -1 to drama. And what else is going on here? We've got another skill point. So there's a couple ways I could go about this here. I could level up something that I think would be immediately useful. Like if I go into... Where are all those white checks kept? Ah, here they are. For instance, we have electrochemistry we could improve to get that. Box, blah, blah, blah. Electronic doorbell, no. Measurehead, no. Reaction speed, interfacing, volition. I think I'd rather improve my perception again. Sure. We have a lot of tasks. Huge number of tasks. Man, this game is... I don't feel like it's necessarily for me, for this type of person. Like, I'm just too... I'm trying really hard to play this like it's a game. The door is locked and can't be opened without a pass card. We've locked ourselves in. But, like, I'm trying really hard to not be OCD and to, like, pay attention to every single detail and to play it like it's a game. Instead, I'm trying to make it like it's an experience, you know? But the game actually has a lot of subsystems that are cause for consternation. Like having to wear different things to get past certain checks. A postcard. I guess we can sell it, maybe.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Oh, yeah?
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Okay, let's look through them.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
All right, let's roll the dice. Roll the dice.
Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
If I let my eyes go completely out of focus, all shapes start to melt into each other.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Yes.
Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
Put skill points into volition to open this white check. Ugh.
The drawer slides shut smoothly.
A book. Now we have a book.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
Okay.
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
Aw, man. Useful patterns?
Undoubtedly, no.
Too bad.
Sure, why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing.
All right. We can go downstairs now. Oh, so here's how we access the harbor. Or the... We can look at this thing now. Collecting rainwater. There's a bottle. I can't pick it up. Inquescence? Nothing going on there. Commodore Red. Lots of empty bottles.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna search the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
I'll take it.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
Don't we know this guy? Isn't Rene somebody we know?
Why did you take that picture of Rene?
I'm gonna ask him about it.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons.
Search for a little something to help you out.
The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of date.
Kim, would you mind if I helped myself to some meds? Take the painkillers. Just take them.
You take the painkillers. They are yours now.
Alright, so now we've got more charges for morale and for health. What happened to my 4 instead of 3? It's gone now.
Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, Prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death,
erectile
malfunction, critical flatulence,
may cause hair death,
black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to La Opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse.
Eesh.
Maybe this was a bad idea.
Never read the side effects.
You stand and exit the booth.
Alright, let's go down. Can we not go down? Down here? Do we have to go through a door or something? What? What's this?
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clearly visible on its back.
Look, Lieutenant.
Yes, it was probably you. It does bear the RCM insignia, after all.
Think I should pick it up?
The service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, I do.
I have a cloak.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips.
I am ready to receive.
I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying.
All right, ask Renee about the photo, yeah. So now we have a different jacket that we can put on. It can go on here or here. Can it only go on here? It gives me +1 to shivers, whatever the hell that means. All right, upgrade. Just inspecting. We can interact with this.
An intricate web of blue. It still kind of looks.
All right, let's interact with the map.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Year 48. Trace a path through the grid.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over
Islaine
and Martinez North.
So that's how you pronounce the Ghislaine. Islaine is how you pronounce it. You basically don't pronounce the G. French is weird.
Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Alright. Let's interact with this.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover. Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism, they represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it. Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover,
let's see what they mean by local concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta.
Yep, there was a whole revolution that happened or something.
There's a brief article by the writer G. Martin accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Damn communists should have killed a lot of them when they had the chance. If it weren't for the Wild Pines, all those majors would be out of the job. I don't understand the politics of this realm to even have an opinion. Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if labor and capital could reach some reasonable accommodation? Yeah.
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. Judging from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You should probably know about it already, honestly.
But I have amnesia.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds.
What is Kunst und Kultur?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
Oh, nice.
Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you.
Is that a made-up language?
It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
Let's read the profile.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer. The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing. If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and obscene death toll. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
What's wrong with it?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
What's so bad about sponsorships? What's wrong with the Gugmoto Crash? They'll just keep it interesting.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest.
Is that really true about NASCAR too? Like, are people really in it for the crashes? They're totally not, are they?
At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
I'm pretty sure I like it for the racing.
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave.
I guess I never thought about it this much.
That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles is to let someone else read critically for you.
Suppose so.
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind?
It seems to.
A certain kind of young man reads 1 or 2 books and suddenly thinks he understands the secret structures of reality. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I'd take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
I'm at this point right now where it seems like I kind of have a handle on what reality is, which is unsettling because shouldn't that means I feel like I'm just below knowing enough to understand how much I really don't know. Does that make sense? I'm at peak ignorance and peak knowledge within that ignorance.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Do I want to keep reading this thing?
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the way that it's phrased. When it's phrased with a lot of words that don't mean anything to me because I don't have enough background info, it is kind of boring.
You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Let's read the editor's note.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
There's this whole kind of age-old question that we're kind of dancing around here between capitalism and communism. You know, is it best to just let people all strive for themselves and try to get what they want from life? Or should people be more heavily controlled? And I'm guessing that both are true. I'm guessing that there's a time in history where we're going to need people to be very independent, which is kind of now. Allowing people to become rich and to accumulate power and to champion their own ideals with their political power and municipal power. But eventually down the road, maybe there will be a time where more governmental control will be necessary. For instance, when it comes to like education is incredibly important, not just so that people are smarter and better able to handle jobs and to work, but also because it gives people a paradigm to follow outside of their parents. If we didn't have education, people would basically just believe what their parents teach them, and that could be something that's incongruous with reality, or it could be something that is damaging to society as a whole. So you really need public education at the very least to help give people a broader perspective so that they're not just trapped in whatever paradigm their parents raised them to be in. And if you look at society as a whole, it's possible that that type of hand-holding is going to be necessary for everyone at a certain point in time. I don't know, man. I really feel like generally people do a lot of self-harm, and if there was a bit more guidance, they wouldn't.
Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Kim, I think this is a communist magazine.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Let's put that away, shall we? Wait, I forgot. We were trying to figure out how to get around. Can I get to this? No. Can I get to this? No. Can I go down? I can't go down? Wow, where do I go? That's crazy. But there's nowhere to go. Oh. We can go down here.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
Let's press... let's press Marche.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Oh, whoopsies. Should I have done that? Oh, it's lowering the container for us to look into it. That's cool.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Its purpose?
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Lucifed. Is that health? Wow. Volsant. Alright, let's take a look in this thing.
Before you stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
Because I don't.
Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Because this is the one that I can access. Oh my god. It's very interesting because I'm kind of equating the whole video game thing where the only reason why I thought this container was interesting was because it was available to me in the game. You could take this as well to like viewing that everything in your life is happening as part of a pattern or happening for a reason. In that case, every time somebody gives you a latte, it's like the most important latte in the world because it's the one that was given to you. You're supposed to have that latte, and that latte is there for a special purpose just for you. Like, this is what it's like to believe in like God's plan for yourself and everything. But But I have a different way of looking at it, and it does not require being religious to see the plan. The problem is that you don't know where that plan is going. Like, my plan could lead me into a ditch, but I wouldn't know it at the time. I wouldn't know that that's my last latte and that someone was going to murder me that day, or that the latte led me to that and blah, 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 and that I was supposed to die because I lived all of the life that my consciousness was supposed to live, and death preserves my conscious mind in that exact same frame for eternity. Because I'm starting to think that that might be what the afterlife is. There might be a higher dimension above ours that you commune with when you sleep and dream, and also when you die, your consciousness communes with eternally. Like, it's a cool thought. I don't know how comforting it is, like, but I find it somewhat comforting, like, because when you think of like a child that dies, like, oh, was there a reason for that? Maybe there is. Maybe it's to populate whatever is outside of our realm with the mind of a child in that exact moment. I digress. Where are we? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixated on this one? Because it was hanging from the crane.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here
You got
to
me
interact
there.
with containers. We are here to get the body down from the tree.
I'm opening the door.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
It's funny because the game plays on this as well, like the idea of doing something just because it's a game. Let's knock on the door.
No reply.
There's a rhetoric check to persuade the door to open. You've got to be kidding me. And it has a 3% chance.
Why are you even trying to open a door?
Yeah, why am I doing this?
Why are you what?
Never mind.
Are you satisfied, detective?
Alright. Fine. Fine. We're done with the door. Let's go do something else. The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping. The speaker tower is silent. There's no work to organize the yard below. What's this? Locked. There's money. Oh, wait. Before we go in, let's talk to that guy. The banner sags under the weight of rain and snow, white waves on red. Hello.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
He's a painter?
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
Thank you, conceptualization.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Wait a second. Wild Pines is the company. Everett is the guy in charge of the union. Hi.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
A shadow passes over his face. He really hates the scabs. Yeah, what is it with you people in the scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for an answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What are you doing with the containers? Where's everybody? I like to wow him with my knowledge of his native people.
Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then.
I'm guessing that he's meant to be Irish. Like, the land of Ubi is meant to be Ireland in this fictional universe, because they gave it away when he said raised in Irish, which is definitely Ireland.
People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot.
Whoa.
I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from.
I didn't say that.
Sir. Those are just nasty.
I thought it was Welsh people that are known for shagging sheeps. I don't really know. I don't know all of the many ways that people can be racist. I'm not familiar with all of them.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
What are you doing with the containers? Yeah, why are you painting them for the Everett?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
It cannot be retried. Here we go.
Everything is so pretty and red.
Yep, had to fail sometimes.
Like brothers, as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Keep the amazement to yourself.
Man whistles and hums a jaunty.
Where is everyone? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
How do you feed yourselves?
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is, and Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
But what did they actually do? I already asked that. Did they kill someone?
No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking.
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in their right mind would tell him?
Hey, he's a trustworthy fella. He can keep a secret, I'm sure. What's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
I'm looking for the leader of the dock workers
You
union.
want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
He coughs, then continues immediately.
Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made merchandise what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course. Bye-bye now.
It's interesting that we're walking on these containers like the place was built out of shipping containers. Coffee in the giant thermos is still lukewarm. Where are we going here? I couldn't figure out how to navigate. All right, this is it. This is a big conversation.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
It's interesting that he's overweight. I wonder if his twin is skinny. That'd be funny if they made his look, he's got a lazy eye.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Let's get straight to business. There's a dead body in a tree.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a tiny chair opposite his giant desk. Wow.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
Okay.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I'd rather stand.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals.
As equals, right? Could you put that tiny little chair next to your massive desk so that we could be equals? Sure. I'm gonna press the issue.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
As he nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves. How relaxing. I could fall asleep and just cuddle up in those neck folds. Ah, so nice.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level.
Well, why don't you stand up then?
Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Whoa.
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
I'll take a seat.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Dubois. He's calling us Dubois. He's calling us by a name. He gave us our name. Remain serious.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, man.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead.
He's paying us.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it. Yes, but you owe him for it.
Thank you, Everard. Wait, you know, Gart, take the comically large check, but don't say anything. Keep it. I'm good. You can take that comically large check and shove it up your ass. I'm gonna say thank you, and I'm gonna take the money. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Don't mention it, but also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
Of course you are. He's not kidding, yeah.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun.
It's really bad.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I'm not worried. I got this. I would appreciate any help you could provide. How do you know about my lost gun?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right.
It's like a supervillain, this guy.
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Kim?
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
I have to do this.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
No, I'm not about to cry.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
Morale critical here, so now.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to
That was scary.
You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Boy, this game is actually kind of hard. Like, just trying, it's bombarding you with information and stress and, like, things to keep track of. And so many things cause your health and your morale to go away.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! The large man snaps his fingers, keeps signing the like a jello shot. There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to a safe place.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Jeez.
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
No, I'm as good as it gets, Mr. Dubois. Vaguely gesture with your hands above your head. Oh yeah, I'm fucking great. Actually, this chair is uncomfortable. I could use that glass of water. Sit upright.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
How can a chair be that uncomfortable?
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer.
Okay, here we go. Time to do the police officer thing. I'm a police officer, a real one. I'm told the union is involved in the local drug trade. Aren't you going to ask me how I get in? How I got in? You called me Mr. Dubois. Why? Let's start with that.
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everett, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
Uh-oh, he's on to us.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
It's true, my memory's fine. I'm just testing you.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Alright, I'll do some probing. Or I'll have another look at that folder. Hang on, can I change my outfit? I can't. I cannot change my outfit right now.
Everett's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know everything about you, Harry.
I've got nothing to hide.
Oh, Harry. Oh, wow. This is really something.
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
So how about it, Harry? You need assistance, I presume?
Do you know anything about my family? What kind of cop does it say I am? Where did you get that folder? Let's talk about some other matters. I don't really care that much about my past.
Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me?
I'm gonna skim these real quick. Let's talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there's a but.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight.
This is
with
too
this
easy.
thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
He wants a quid pro quo as well. He wants to make a deal. You've heard wrong. We're not.
No, you're being too modest, my friend. But don't worry. This annoying thing I have is completely legal. I just need you to open a door.
Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Blah, 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 blah. I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
I'm gonna accept the task.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry.
Yeah, what?
Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Okay. What else? Could you help me get a dead body down from the tree? Let's talk about my lost gun. What's in the container outside your office? Let's talk about the container. Why not?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't
Millions?
possibly remember
No.
what's in all of them.
Not literally millions. Thousands, surely. There's something special about the container.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
What's up with our journal? Oh, we got another thing. Open apartment door for Everard.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Oh, I tried. I definitely tried. Could you help me get the dead body down from the
You
tree?
might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
You're a community leader.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
He picks up the handset of a radiophone to his right, then clicks a button.
Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that.
He even knows about how we got in here and we did the whole race thing.
You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you.
I wanted to go over a couple things about me. Let's talk about my lost gun. I met Joyce, the company representative. Did I?
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Are just pals.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her, because you and I are such good friends, and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from the tree. I'm not a jealous guy.
What happened to the previous Joyce? Yeah, what happened to the previous negotiator?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
Let him go? Why did you... That's super sinister sounding. He made concessions for the company. Why would you just let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family.
Oh, let him go as in, like, fired him.
Left.
You called him a midget.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this?
Is it really little people? I thought dwarves were the term. Forgive me for anyone who's listening. There's a YouTube content creator that I watch who's a little person, but I thought it was dwarf. Isn't little people condescending? I don't know.
Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
You're a wizard, Harry. Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under certain circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
No mention of a casserole, a casserole?
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
Everard, Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her. Why haven't you let her in to see you?
Yes, yes. Low-balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator. Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization.
For the part that you want to keep transparent.
I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
Well, you wouldn't tell me something that you wouldn't want shared, would you, Everett?
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Lost gun?
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Who
knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Yes, thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax.
Does
I
this
have great guys on this.
does this
You
mean if I do
focus on
things
what's
for you, I'll get
important.
my gun back?
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
It's typical video game stuff again. You gotta like help every single NPC with their own little trouble so that they'll help you and you work your way up the ladder of people. Yeah. I want to go over a couple things about me. Aren't you going to ask me how I got in? I'm told the union is involved in the local drug trade.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
No, I'm not. Lie.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what?
He's reacting vehemently. I feel like there's some truth to it.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Oh, he's so guilty.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
Oh yeah, Kim knows.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
Yay, Team Harry.
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Nah.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Thanks.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
Okay. So now if we take a look at in here, we've got a giant novelty check. Is this even worth any money? Is this real? Supposedly exchanged for 25 real at the local Fritz store. Worthless in a pawn shop. And if we go into our journal, you've got a whole heap of stuff to do. A whole freaking heap of things to do. And I'm not gonna have any more energy to do them right now. This is ridiculous. Oh my god, look at how many different white checks there are. Are they all white checks? Some of them are like black checks. Either way, the game has opened up a little bit, so there's like multiple things to do now, which is interesting, whereas there was only one thing to do. I think I am gonna go ahead and do this. I don't want to have it full because something might happen that might raise my morale naturally or raise my health without having to use one of my charges. And if that does happen, I want to be ready for it so that it will just refill and I can take advantage of that. But this is going to be the end of part 2 for my playthrough. Be sure to leave any thoughts you had in the comment section below. Did anything I say or anything that happened in the game relate to you in your personal life? Let us hear it. It's incredibly interesting to me. Thank you and goodbye.